det på finska och svenska? Engelska. Okej. Ja. Okay, welcome. I ask you to take a seat. Today is the whole day more or less devoted for a very profound concept of developing the area, logistics. So far this week, Wasa Innovation Center, together with partnership with all the players in the region, we have launched a lot of fundamentally new things which will be implemented, not just talked about. The new level of energy systems for the energy companies, which could provide a new good life the coming 50 years in the area, but also for the whole of Finland. We have discussed a new initiatives in the healthcare sector, fundamental new things which could help create a more efficient healthcare cost budget in the region. We have implemented, even in the cultural field, new football culture. And I, for the first time in 100 years, the organizations has agreed to not only fight about the players, but to fight for better players in all the organizations and to create a new football culture in the region. So I hope that you will, during this day, have as successful results with all your discussions, not only to talk, but you have to decide what to do, because what you are talking should be implemented during the next year and the coming years. With this wish and hope, I give over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last seminar day at Wasa Future Festival. I'm Anna Bertils, and I'm going to act as your moderator today. Arvoisat seminaarin osallistujat, haluan toivottaa teidät kaikki sydämellisesti tervetulleiksi tähän Wasa Future Festivaalin päätöspäivälle. Nimeni on Anna ja toimimme moderaattorina tänään. Välkommen ska ni vara till Kvarkenrådets seminarium idag här. Välkomna till er på andra sidan Kvarken som hoppeligen följer med vår stream här som bäst. Och alla ni andra som följer med via streamen. Vi använder engelska idag så att alla kan ta del av programmet på olika sidor av Kvarken. First up, electric aviation, the fair way of traveling in the Kvarken region. And a big welcome to Mr. Mattias Lindström, Director of Kvarken Council.
Is this on?
Yes, it's on.
It is. Thank you, Anna. Good morning and afternoon, depending on from which part of the world you're participating in today's seminar. Welcome to the sunny city of Wasa and the Kvarken region. It isn't that sunny today, but I'm sure it will be in the afternoon. And my name, as Anna said, is Mattias Lindström. I work as a director for the Kvarken Council. That is a cross-border organization between Österbotten and Västerbotten and the municipality of Örnsköldsvik. And as you all know, and that's probably why you're all here or participating via the stream, that there's a lot of developing projects, interesting future-oriented projects and discussions going on in the region at the moment. Discussions about the future and what the future holds in its hands is always causing lively debates, as it should do. But in the debates and within and between different opinions, you will probably find the possible truth, or at least a good guess about what the future will bring. But in order to have a fruitful debate and a good debate about the pros and cons and the effects and the benefits of future projects, it's also beneficial that you have the best facts available as a base for the discussion, and that the facts are available for everybody to take part of. That's why we have now today invited the best experts in the regions or people involved in future projects in the regions, so you all can ask them questions, and also so that the media can ask them questions, so we can have these fruitful discussions going on also in the future. It's also good to bear in mind that in many cases, the future and the opportunity you can create and believe in sometimes utopistical projects are closer and more realistic than you think if you believe in what you do and you put your mind and effort to it. You just go get it, so to speak. A good example is when the actors in the region started to run for the ferry project to create the most environmental friendly and innovative ferry in the world. We had many doubters out around in the regions saying that it was a waste of time and not worth the efforts. But yesterday you all could follow when it was put into water. And that's a good example of what you can achieve if you believe in what you're doing. The Norwell factory, battery factory outside Skellefteå on the other side of the straits, is also a good example. Many things seem impossible until somebody do them. But I will start with presenting shortly the last project within the Kvarken Councils that we have founded and put up with our cooperators and cooperating organizations all over the Kvarken region. It's called FAIR, Finding Innovations to Accelerate Implementation of Electric Regional Aviation. And this will be like an introduction to then when Mr. Janne Vasama will speak more in detail about electric aviation and what it can bring to our region in the future. As you know, there's a lot of challenges, but also possibilities related to aviation and also to electric aviation. And there is 3 major challenges in the aviation industry that the electric aviation can answer to. It's the climate change, environment, profitability, and accessibility. With lower emission, with the help of electricity, you can also lower the impact on the environment and also lower the noise impacted by the flight industry. You can also lower the fuel costs and also the maintenance costs, which is also a very important thing, because by doing that, you can also create profitability for less busy routes. And that's, of course, very interesting from our region's point of view. We have quite long distances. We have not that many people. So that's why it would be very interesting to see what cheap flights with aircrafts with quite few seats could bring to us, and how it could change the way that we move today around in the world. This project that we have now founded is quite different from the other electric aviation projects, because we are not focusing on technology at this time. We are focusing more on what are the regional effects of electric aviation. We have divided this into 3 work packages. And the first one will look into detail in these regional effects of electric aviation. What are the future market analysis, how the airline network analysis, and also socioeconomic impacts of future electric aviation and new and more routes within the region with the help of electric aviation. We are also happy that we have good, so to speak, VP leaders in all of these. We are not expert. The Kvarken Council is the platform. We create the platform, and then we invite experts and make them work together. So this VP1 is led by Umeå University and the University of Wasa. The VP2, we will look into the guidelines for implementation. We will look into what are the investments needed in order for these regional airports to could take care of future electric airplanes, so that we could be an early implementer of electric aviation. Because if you don't have the infrastructure available, it doesn't matter if the technique is there. We have to be on the road in good time. And the partner leading this work patch is Biofuel Region situated in Umeå. And then we have this cross-border innovation process. We will, within this work package, also create a competence network with other projects working with electric aviation projects in order to form a stable and also maybe a new, so to speak, organization to drive this together on a Nordic basis in the future. And we will also look into what kind of innovations are related to electric aviation and implementation of electric aviation, and try also to make business of it, of course. business driven. That has been a key word during these days in this seminar. And the project partner leading this work package is RISE, that is the National Research Institute in Sweden. So that's also something that we are very happy about. What will then this result in? We will have method for commercialization of electric aviation in the Kvarken region, know-how and effects of the electric aviation, guidelines of needs and measures for unfounding solutions to the regional airports. They know what they have to do, they know the costs, and they know where they can get financing. That's our ambition. I was already talking about innovative concepts with product and services and business model, and also, of course, as in all our other projects, integration of gender equality and non-discrimination. The last but not the last, we will want to create, and we are already creating, Janne is a part of it already, an international network of electric aviation that we here, together with the world, can develop this. And also, of course, enhanced connections between regional actors and business, and also improve the connectivity of our region, because we have a lot of industry that need well-functioning connections, and this can serve as a solution for that. And these all results can be used then as input to EU, national, Nordic level, and aviation industry, but also to the local actors to take decisions on what kind of investments they need to do in order to be an early implementer of the project, or of the electric aviation. As you can see, I must say that when we started to plan this project, not everybody was very convinced that it was a good idea. But as we were going, and we discussed this with Janne yesterday, a lot of things has happened since then. And Janne was involved at the earliest stage possible. After that, when people realized that this is quite a good idea, partners that wanted to participate in the project were coming from all corners of the world, and we at some point we had to say, oh, it's enough, we cannot accept more partners. So the interest for the project is huge. And as you can see, we have a lot of financiers. We had almost all of the regional airports financing. We have the chambers of commerce financing. We have the private partners financing, Skellefteå Kraft and Wasa Elektriska, and both universities involved. So we are very happy of this partnership. And as you can see, we also have a large number of supporting partners that want to participate, to contribute to the project, and also take part of the project's result. But with these words, I will leave over to the expert, because, as I said, I'm not an expert. We are very happy to have Janne, and later today, Esa Eranti here in Wasa to answer the questions you might have. So, Janne, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Matthias. Yes, so my name is... Matthias? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Janne Wasama. I'm a chairman of Helsinki Electric Aviation Association, which has been founded in late 1917 for creating some electric flying in Finland. We do have one electric plane which we are flying and use that for testing. We are starting now some development together with Aalto University. And also we are talking a lot with politics to make them understand about what is electric flying and what we can do with it. All right. Problems? Hi, now it's working, Yeah. First, why should we fly electric in first case? What makes sense? So, at the end, electric flying is probably the most ecological way of moving, better than railways. Where that comes from? Oh, shit. Sorry. Here we go. Laser is not working. So first of all, the trip is always shorter when we go like a bird way, direct to place to other. Typically 20%, sometimes even 50% shorter way.
The only way to travel without generating any small particles is electric flying. Small particles is the most harmful emissions what traveling is causing. About 2,000 people kill every year because of the small particles. And if you look like in road accidents, dies about 200 people. Now this pandemic, it has been died some 300 people, and small particles kills about 2,000 people in a year. Very small need of infra. If you calculate traveling in a bigger picture, we calculate when you build the infra, you build the railways, you build the roads, then you maintain the roads and railways and so on. That's also cause emissions. And for flying, you only need 1.5 kilometers asphalt, both ends, and that's it. So very small need of infra. And also very small usage of natural resources. You can see here in Suomen Kuvalehti there were an article about different way of traveling and how much they use natural resources. And here, uses of natural resources in 1 kilometer of travel. And you can see flying is doing pretty well there because they use so little infra. Okay. Why electric? It's cheap. It's cheap for users, it's cheap for society. Two biggest costs of operating airplane is fuel consumption and engine repairs, engine services. And both are in electric plane about 1/10 what is in traditional planes. So very big difference. And yes, socially cheap. No need for subsidies. If we talk about railway, traveling, I think that we are, Valtion Rautatiet showed some profit. Why did they show some profit? Because they get so much subsidies. It actually made some 200 to 400 billion losses if you calculate all the subsidies and all the costs. What's normally, for example, in flying, you pay everything. You pay the traffic control cost, weather services, what our airport used, that are all included your ticket, not in trains. However, saying that, I'm absolutely not against rails, and we need both. And electric flying can't do everything what we do with rails, but electric flying is very good for fast people moving. And that part is that what electric flying will do the best. Yes, it's fast. We go direct, and with plane we can go speeds which would be very, very difficult and expensive to do on ground transportation. Even the first generation electric planes, they go 300, 400 kilometers per hour. And if you want to make even train going 300 kilometers per hour, that would be very, very expensive. We talk about billions of investments. And something what people really don't understand is that flying is actually not so bad way of moving if you want to go fast. Flying is the most efficient way of moving. If you try to go 300 kilometers per hour by car, you will be using way more energy than when you go 300 kilometers by plane. By 300 kilometers per hour by aeroplane. So that's when we have these discussions about these extra tax for flying because it's so bad and so on. People start to think that, hey, the flying is the bad thing. But no, it's not. The flying is the bad thing. Yes, you generate a lot of CO2 when you fly from here to Thailand, or you fly here to Canary Island, Why? Because it's so long way, and you go very, very fast. You go 800, 900 kilometers per hour. Going into Thailand any other way would cause even more CO2 than when you go by flying. Especially if you start to calculate the 2 weeks traveling time and everything what you use in 2 weeks time, you leave and eat and everything. So flying at the end is not so bad. If you want to go fast, that's the best way of traveling and most energy efficient way of traveling. Okay. We are all fine with this, right? Okay. So, quarking opportunity. I have 2 slides about this. This is first, and then pretty end of the presentation, I have other one. Now, a little bit about what would it be changed? What will change? The electric planes are small. They are so-called CS-23 class aeroplanes, 19 passenger seats or less. And what that means is that we can make everything faster. Boarding the plane will be very fast. This 15 minutes what I have here is what the American air companies are using, which are using small planes. In US there are companies who are using small planes, and they are using cities number 3 or number 4 airports. And they're saying that you should be in the airport 10 to 15 minutes before the departure. So these are also the things what we need to think when we go to this electric flying with smaller planes. We need to change the way we used to use air traffic. Okay. Now, when we travel train or flying or so, we use hubs. To go from A to B, we go through few hubs. But when we get these smaller electric planes, which are cheap enough to operate, we can have more direct lines. So we go directly from A to B without going through these hubs. That's what everybody is thinking, how world will change after these small, cheap enough operate electric planes are coming. And then if there is very busy line, why not flying every 30 minutes, every 40 minutes? In US, some of the operators which are using these small planes, they are already doing this. I was flying from Palm Springs to LA, and there they had planes, they were about 12 seats. They were flight every 30 minutes. So it changes your way of traveling. There is not one large plane in the morning going somewhere, and then you spend whole day because you had 2 hours meeting there, and then the evening you come back. But there are more frequent flying, small planes, but more often. Makes your traveling much more smooth. Okay, it should be cheaper, new routes, because it's can make profitably even in between small cities. New operational models. Here I say monthly fee. What monthly fee means? That the companies, maybe a city, some people pay monthly fee to the company, their company, that you can fly as much you want with their planes. Means that some months you win, some months you maybe don't win. But it also means that the air company can keep it flying even it has only a couple of passengers in sometimes. So it keeps like a base level at bottom of the incoming, and they can keep the lines much more frequent, because there will be days that you only have 1 or 2 passengers. But this kind of new kind of models, you can operate them even so and keep it living. And the monthly fee could be something like 2,000 euros or so. Good for corporates to know that, hey, these flight lines will be alive here. They don't stop it after a few weeks or when there comes this time that the people are not flying. And so giving the trust that it will be operating. Okay, taxi flights more because of lower price. Maybe electric seaplanes. Two world largest seaplane operators actually announced that they will electrify whole day fleet. They retrofit their current aeroplanes to work electric. They do so-called island hopping, so only few, maybe 20, 30 kilometers flights. Suits very well that kind of working. And for tourism, for example, here where you have this nice archipelago, would be great. And there is actually in one seaplane, electric seaplane project in Finland. I hope that will get up well. And what will change? We can be proud to be going by air. No flights come anymore. So we can say people that, hey, did you came by train? You bad people. I came with electric plane. Time changed. Okay, then these eVTOL planes. Everybody wants to hear about these. Very interesting. However, this is not going to be the big thing here in near future. Eventually, they will probably come here too. Actually, one of the Rolls-Royce guys said in one meeting that he hates that these things got all the media attention and all the financing. Even they think that the fixed-wing, more traditional local planes has much more bigger meaning at the end. Even the Rolls-Royce is doing themselves one of these eVTOLs. These things, there are about 200 projects in the world right now, and they will start about same time mid of 20s to operate in big cities. Will be very interesting to see what it will be at the end. But why do I have this here is the thing that when we think about operating these, we need to think about these things. Like similarly, when we think about how to operate the new electric airplanes, it's not just that we change the current plane to electric and we go as it has been going before. No, we need to change the whole chain. How we operate them, what is the customer feeling, experience of the traveling, how do we need to do the booking, all the services around, that makes the difference. Not just that we change the plane. We need to think about changing the operations in airport. By the way, is there anybody from airports? No, good. Because they don't understand the rules, what they're getting from different EU, from EASA, and from Traficom and so on. But we need to look around those and think how we can make this as smooth as possible. That's the way we get people in this plane. That's what we need to do also, not just change the planes. And one thing is this public acceptance. First of all, of course, safety must be similar level than the large passenger planes are doing right now, which is by far the most safe way of traveling. One accident for the electric plane somewhere could make a big difference, even it's a small thing at the end in a big picture. So it must be, for starting, very, very safe. Noise. Always when we talk about aeroplanes, people talk about noise. Electric planes, of course, are very less noisy than these traditional turbine engine planes, what we hear about going around. It's not only the engine, it's also the size. What smaller plane, that less noise it do. For example, Finland's second busiest airport by landings is Malmi Airport. Actually, at the moment, is the most busy airport in Finland is Malmi Airport. And if you look Helsinki web pages, Malmi Airport is one of Helsinki's quiet areas. So small planes don't make noise. And when we go this electric flying in many cities, we need to build again city airports that they can serve people well. But the noise with these is not going to be the issue if we look just decibels. Of course, noise is a very complicated thing. Some noises don't need to be very loudy to be very irritating. Example, old school green boards and the white thing, liitui, pofinska. If you do the sound, creak, it's very irritating, even it's decibels, it's very little. So the sound, how is the sound, that means a lot, and these eVTOL manufacturers are now putting a lot of efforts to get their sound so that it doesn't hear bad for people. Okay, convenience. The trip must be as convenient as possible, as easy as possible. So the experience of the traveling must be good. That must be better than what we actually do with current planes. We need to do the boarding faster. We need to do everything easier. Price. I have been telling you that how very cheap it will be. Well, it won't for starting. Of course, everything new technology, it's for starting, it will cost more than we would like to see it costing. And for starting, when the price is so that it's maybe only used for business people, so normal people are not using, then we get back to the noise. Even there's not noise, but people think that it's very irritating. Those rich people are going there, and I hate that sound when the rich people are going there, and I'm driving down here. Those of you who remember when mobile phones came, how that went. First we get those very large bricks, worked about 2 hours with one charge, and cost, I don't know, 25 Finnish marks on that time, probably something like 8,000–9,000 euros at the moment. First people were laughing those, that this guy must have very small because he needs that thing. And then the price went down. They were still very expensive, and the using of them were expensive. So it was only businessmen who were using, or rich people. And then those started to be very irritating. There were discussions that you should forbid using mobile phones in public places, and at least restaurants. It's so irritating, people are talking those phones and blah, blah, blah. And then when we see the price went down, that even school kids them, then it don't irritate anybody. So I'm sure that we might have this kind of development here too. For starting, it's too expensive for some people, and then there's a lot of people say that, hey, this is stupid, and the noise is terrible and whatever. But it will come there at the end. All right, one example of these eVTOLs. This is Liliumjet, German manufacturer. They were talking in one of our electric and ecological flying seminar in Helsinki, which we have had 2 times now. Next time it will be 10th of March next year. Put it in your calendar. And they gave this kind of example. 2 airports, London Heathrow and London Gatwick. And first of all, distance. By flying 40 kilometers, by car 61 kilometers. Time, flying 8 minutes. By car 60 minutes if there is no traffic. If there is a lot of traffic, then maybe a little bit more. Price, by this limit, 40 euros. By taxi, wheel taxi, 75 euros. So, looks pretty competitive. And by the way, this has been calculated so that there is still pilot, not done yet, and there is a driver, of course, on the car. Even the pilot in this jet is probably more expensive than the driver on the taxi, but he's only spending 8 minutes for one trip. So he can make quite a many trips more than this guy going by wheels. So, quite amazing technology. And by the way, this Lilium guy says that they will be fully autonomous in early 30s. Then the price will be about half of that. All right, coming back to Kvarken opportunity. As we know, the good accessibility is very, very important for export companies. Not only that you can go outside, but your customers can come to see your factory. Your customers can easily come to audit your factory. And when you do all kind of development, cooperation, you must be able to travel easy. And it will change traveling times. Let's think about, for example, what with Kuopio, Wasa, Kuopio. How do you go from Wasa to Kuopio or Kuopio to Wasa? By train, probably through Tampere, I guess. Right, how much that would be? 4 hours. Aeroplane, you go through Helsinki. Probably not any sort, but if you have a direct flight, it's 1 hour or so. And very much easier, very much faster. And as you can see, in Finland, we have a lot of airports. We have about 80 airports, which of 20 of them are Finavia airports. Most of them are private or city-owned, which don't have any services. But those could be used for the electric passenger flights. And one thing is to learn how to operate these, for example, if it's even scheduled flights to very small airports. All the technology and the systems does not exist yet. So that's work for somebody. Yeah, and tourism was actually the fastest growing business before this corona epidemic in Finland. And that's very, very sad, this current situation. But this electric flying is something what we could really expand the tourism. Tourists wants to get easy in different places. And if you look what Finland is selling, take Business Finland sales brochure to different countries why to come in Finland. There are these lake areas, there are these archipelago areas, then there's a Lapland forest. Okay. So to get those areas, electric flying would be great way to do it. By taxi flights, for example, which then would be much more competitive. All right. Yes, we can, with electric flying, we can get fast transportation between cities with the minimum investments. In many cases, we don't need any investments in the infra or it's very, very little comparing to any other methods of traveling. And these airports will be the engines of the regional economy. They can call it physical internet, these airplane routes. Okay, but creating all these services, what we need for operate these planes smoothly, and the technology, that's the opportunity what you have when you are the forerunner in something. You guys, if you talk about technology, you guys here are very keen of doing batteries. We are now starting a airplane battery project with Aalto University in Helsinki. The Aalto patented technology, it's not about the battery chemistry, but it's about the heat management in batteries. So maybe in the area you could start to build batteries here. When think about going batteries, there is a millions of billions business in car industry, but you have also millions of billions competitors there, and you have a very tiny margins. How about going in airplane batteries? For starting, it's very hard. You need all kind of different approvals or systems and everything to be able to do things what are put in airplane. But then margins are higher and much less competition. Just to think about it. And then all these operating models, the way of operating airports, the way of operating people going in planes, all that is something what needs to be rethinked and done again, I think. Okay, and then when things are learned how to do the best practices and so on, then it can be sold to someone else. All right. How much do I have at time? No problems. Okay. Okay, a couple of other things. This is one thing. Will electric flying overtake high-speed trains? That question is not. That question has been now asked in Europe, many places. In UK, they calculated that the fast train track they are planning to from South England to Scotland won't pay it back in 100 years. The cost is so high. So the high-speed trains, when you make high-speed train track, for example, between Tampere and Helsinki, okay, you then can go in 1 hour from Tampere to Helsinki, which is now, I think, 1 hour, 20 minutes. So we improve that. But at the same time, the towns between the rail, day traveling won't be improved. It's going worse. Because then there are less of these slow trains stopping these Hämeenlinna, Järvenpää, Kerava. And now at least Kerava has been pushing back that, hey, we don't want these high-speed trains. If the fast-moving need between Helsinki and Tampere or Turku would be made by plane, first-generation electric planes would fly that in 30 minutes. And we need minimum investments. The only investment is that we need to keep the Malmi airport living, because large hub airports like Helsinki-Vantaa is not suitable for these kind of small electric planes. They need so-called city airports near city centrums. And of course, the cost to make these high-speed train tracks is billions, comparing to these electric flight routes, which, as I said, don't need too much of investments. All right. What? Okay. Then we expand the area. So should Nordic countries actually be the forerunners for electrifying? This is now what I have been hearing from Norway, Sweden, what they would like to do. Why? Because then we have big enough market area to convince the investors that, hey, now we should put money to this technology, invest to this technology and systems and so on. If we would make similar electric flying strategy for Nordic, what Norwegians has now, then it's like a strong commitment from countries that, hey, we want to go this way. And when we are forerunners, we can make decisions. We can make decisions what would be the charging standard, for example. Like in earlier days, we make decision what would be the radio mobile phone standard, NMT. Because we were NMT, Nokia and Ericsson was then doing the GSM. They were the key players when the next standard were decided. So that's something where we can influence things, that's something where we can create some business for ourselves. These first generation aeroplanes are flying about 400 kilometers or less routes, and there is already 300 of that kind of routes in Nordic countries. So actually, the flying routes are not always very long. And if you look flights from Nordic, actually more than half of the seat kilometers, so not number of flights, but seat kilometers, is either inside domestic flights or flights between Nordic countries. So more than half. And when Finland, you talk about flying, everybody thinks about, yeah, that means that you go in Japan. But if you calculate all Nordic seat kilometers, only 7% of the seat kilometers go outside of Europe. 7%, so minority. Anyhow, we have these plans. Finland wants to be CO2 neutral in 35, or even earlier if they have changed it. This is the way also to help that. And when we look a little bit more further, next generation planes, they are thinking that the range would be about 1,000 kilometers. European domestic flights, 97% are 1,000 kilometers or less. So most of European flights could be flying with electric planes in late 30s. 97%. Okay. So if we can generate something business here for electric flying, whatever it is, the digitalization of airports or something, there is going to be a very large market in the future. Yes, that's it. Now, questions.
Thank you, Janne.
Thank
Now
you.
we have a big applause. Sit down. Now we have about 10 minutes for panel discussion and questions, and there's one question. Yes, go ahead. So the question is, what kind of obstacles?
Yeah, well, things are never so easy then. We first think, what are the biggest obstacles? First, I think the manufacturers of the planes has very aggressive plans, timetables. Okay, they might be a year or two late, but that has very, very small meaning. But other than that, I think there is not really any big obstacles. It just goes things like that if then happens an accident, then it might stop it for a long time. Like what happens when they were first developing these air packs, these safety packs. I think this was already in 70s. They were developing those, and then one exploded without a reason, and the guy happens to have pipe in his mouth, and he get killed. And then in 10 years, nothing happened before they again started to. So I don't think there is any major technical. Of course, batteries could be better, and they could get faster better. The theoretical maximums of some of the technologies, like lithium-ion battery, it's very similar than gasoline. So in theory, you could do very, very large batteries, very, very big capacity batteries. Now we are in few % of that. How fast we will get there? Will we get there? These are questions we don't not yet know. But if we look back, some technologies, I've been in electronics, and I've remembered that early 80s, they already said that ICs can't really be making smaller because of the length of the light wave and so on. So, but still we do that.
But how's the political debate today? The political debate?
Political
right
debate
now?
is getting better. Now the politics are listening more, and they have been getting much more interested in electric flying as they used to be. So I hope that the politics will also see the possibilities of electric flying.
Okay, any question there? Go ahead.
Thank you. It was very interesting and full of nice details, attractive details. So I'm asking one, when you made this concept, what type of aircraft, actually how many seats did you think that this region could have? When you said that the company monthly fee could be approximately 2,000 euros. So how many seats would that aircraft have?
There will be several sizes. That idea, it wasn't my idea, it was an idea of one Finnish company which is thinking of operating electric planes, and they're actually starting earlier with the traditional small planes. They're talking about 9-seat planes. So it could be 9-seat planes, and then there's a 19-seat planes, and then smaller and bigger and everything between. Let's see what will be coming in near future.
There's one question.
Yes, it seems like the electric flights are, or they are more driven by startup companies and smaller companies, and still we see that all the big international airlines are more or less in crisis. Do you think, or do you know that the big airlines are studying or investing in electric, or is this driven by new companies?
In both ways. Some bigger companies are looking for the electric planes. Some are not. It's needs also for the large operators. Let's take this, our local Finnair. They stopped using small planes already in 80s or 90s, I don't remember. And they businesses has been completely in somewhere else, and the operation models are made for the big planes, and you cannot operate these small planes with similar models. So even if big companies like Finnair started to use this, I think it will be a separate company where they then make these electric and small plane operations. But yes, some big companies has been thinking about it, has been talking about it. Some of the low-cost electric or the air companies has been talking about it. Also, we have to remember that these larger planes, over 100-seat planes, are promised to be there in early 30s. Wright airplane company has promised what was it, 150-seat plane in early 30s. So then everybody is interested in flying electric, also those companies, and that's 10 years is not very long from now.
Matthias, you talked about achieve when you believe in the beginning. Is this the next leap forward for the Nordic cooperation? How do you look at the Kvarken region?
I think this is a big opportunity for the Nordic countries, as Janne was already talking about, and I think that as the situation is now, when we have several very concrete ongoing projects in the region or in the Nordic countries, and also both these are looking into these regional effects, but also in the technology side, I think we should now already start thinking about this and joint forces at an early stage. And my personal opinion is that the Nordic Council of Ministers should now do something very concrete together and start forming a big Nordic, so to speak, platform related to electric aviation. This would be a very hands-on project that also both the industry and the people in the Nordic countries could see direct effects from.
So that's the next step.
I hope so.
Any more questions? Okay, one last question, yes?
Just wonder if around the globe, if there is any aim to see on the military aviation for military defense purposes, or the Finnish border guards, for instance.
Yes, the military has been in US flying already long time, all kind of tests, and now these drones are coming everywhere. So Finnish ports are already testing ports. Finnish military is having drones, fixed-wing drones, and it's coming everywhere. And when drones are coming more and more intellectual, they are doing without any control things like looking something, or doing like in China, they do a lot of agriculture work, fully autonomous. So it's coming everywhere, and for medical care, ambulance flights, and interesting information I heard from one American company that if the accident happens longer than 1 hour from the trauma center, the possibility of death goes 50% up. So then when we call these ambulance flights with electric planes, we'll get things much faster. And German ambulance flight company, German HEMS, are actually starting of testing one drone kind of plane, which is only two-seated, and 70% of the time the thing is not the patient moving, but to get the doctor on time in there. So they are planning to have even 200 of those top of hospitals, so they can get doctors very fast on place. And it's so much cheaper to operate than current helicopters, and you don't need so long range. They are fine with 100 kilometers range, so it's going to be less than 50 kilometers flight to the accidents place and back.
Sture.
If there is time, you could
Yes,
tell us something about the drone technology, even more. We would like to set up a drone immediately here now to transport locally produced food and take it without any needed to transport it by cars, and also connect with Umeå. But when will it be legally possible to transport people? Will that take the same time as with the other flight modes, or could the drone technology be the one who kickstarts the business?
Yeah, drones. The you need similar certification for drones to carry people than you need aeroplanes to carry people. Right now, they are promising to have a drones in 23, 25 time scale. A lot of these drones or eVTOLs which can carry people. Actually, in China, you can already use the EHAN drone and get in the drone and fly with it. But that's because it's not certified as an airplane, but it's like whatever that's in English, lennokki, because it's radio controlled. Then it's not an airplane. Drones will come and the autonomy flights will start with the cargo drones, and already now you can order cargo drones. And the shipments will start 21 next year sometimes. So it's going to be developing fast, and they are coming, and there is so many different possibilities to use them that we even don't know yet all the options what we will have with them. But it's going to be big, and all this electrification of flying things will come from small to big. So the drones is coming first, then the planes and so on.
Yes, the time is running up. Thank you very much, Janne and Matthias. Thank you for active participation and listening. We are going on to a break. In half an hour, 13:30, we have battery factories and future employment in the Wasa region, the need for new innovations. Welcome back then. Let's move forward to the next session. Please take a seat. To shout it out. We are moving on to the next session. Please take a seat, ladies and gentlemen. We have an exciting session ahead. Battery factories and future employment in the Wasa region. The need for new innovations. We have two speakers today. We have Thomas Hauri, the Major, City of Wasa, and Thomas Hoyer, the Managing Director, Latitude 66, Cobalt. And first in line, we have Thomas Hoyer. Big welcome.
Thank you. All right, good. Good early afternoon to all of you. Good to be back in Wasa and Wasa Future Festival. It's my third time that I'm here, and it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure, and thanks for arranging, if we can, well, those who have been arranging this this year again. Very briefly on my background. I've been dealing with critical minerals for almost 10 years. Critical in terms of increase in demand or expected increase in demand from changes in the way we conduct business and developments in technology, but also critical in terms of supply. And supply, how you define something to be critical in terms of supply is, first of all, is there enough of it? That's one of the simplest ones, and that's where the geologists come into play, and they say how much of something we can find. I guess many remember still the peak oil discussion we had during the boom in 2006-07, when they said that there will be no oil left in 20 years, but I mean, now nobody talks about it again. But that was really looking at the whole picture, how much of it there is. But the other thing that's it's important when defining raw materials to be critical is where the supply comes from, not only the geographical or the country, the domicile where it's produced, but also the whole supply chain. Who controls key bottlenecks in a supply chain on how you take, for instance, a mineral from underground and how it becomes a material that we are carrying every day, like the iPhone that Thomas is having there, or the iPad I have here, or the electric car that I saw, at least one of them, parked outside. So I've been dealing with this for about 10 years. My first part of those years was around rare earth minerals, especially neodymium, praseodymium, and dysprosium are the ones that are most critical because they're the growth in supply. And rare earth minerals have, since day one, when they've been started to be used in modern applications, that market has been controlled by China. And China has been using that not only to be able to develop the best applications and to tie in the non-Chinese application builders like an Apple to actually produce in China. So it's business driven. On top of that, they've used it once at least for political, putting pressure on Japan in 2010. But rare earth, it's a much smaller business than, let's say, nickel or cobalt or lithium, which are the battery minerals. But it's a good, I would say, a case to see how China controls supply chains and what they do with that once they have that control. Maybe now going over to batteries, which I think was the topic of the day, and gigafactories and Wasa, which has been promoting actively gigafactories from since a very, very early stage, and been doing a great job here. I I'm not going to go into the debate that will there be electric vehicles. There will be. The latest, I just looked at my emails. I get a lot of information on this all the time, and it's fascinating to read about the new EVs and stuff like that. But let's take BMW, like definitely producer of the probably the best diesel and gasoline engines right now of the mass market producers. Built their success over the past 10-15 years with the 6-cylinder and then the 4-cylinder, how they were the first ones to combine it with the ZF 8-gear automatic box, and that's how they made their billions of profits over the past 10 years. BMW stated, when they published their Q2 results, they stated that in 2030, and people buy cars every 4 or 5 years, so 2030 is not far away. We're now in 2020. In 2030, minimum of 50% of all BMWs will be either full electric or plug-in hybrids. And now we talk about the master of diesel and gasoline engines. A small quote that I think those who follow EVs, everyone knows about Tesla and how their share price went 5-fold, and now it came down 40% and wants to be included in the indices and all that. But Hyundai has been, and it's been a bit under the radar screen here in Europe. Everyone is talking about Volkswagen and Mercedes and these, but Hyundai is, of the existing incumbent producers of cars, is the most active when it comes to implementation of full EVs. They have something called Ioniq series and a few others. And I saw last week just the headline that Hyundai is the only automobile company whose stock price is positive this year. And this now excludes Tesla and a few of the startups in the EV space, but it's the only traditional. And in that article, they were really saying that Hyundai's financial results have been pretty weak because they've been investing so much into EVs. But really the capital markets have taken the decision that we go to EVs. The industry, the BMWs and the General Motors, who have a lot to lose, they've taken the decision. We go to EVs. So case closed to debate that thing. It will happen. Then when we look at the batteries, and which is the topic, and the gigafactories, unfortunately, and being patriot, Finn, and taxpayer, I must say that we in Finland and Europe has lost the completely already the race. I don't see any non-Asian company having a strong position in battery manufacturing for EVs, which is going to be the next big mass market for lithium batteries. If we look at 2020 first half market shares on batteries, and now we talk about cell production. LG Chem, Korea, 25%, CATL, China, 24%, Panasonic, 20%, Samsung, 6%, BYD, Chinese, 6%, and SK Innovation, Korean, 4%. That's 85% of the battery cells this year is produced by these 6 large Asian companies. And what makes me believe that there won't be Europeans coming into this game is that these 6 companies and a few others, they use today their billions on R&D spend on improving the batteries. How to make the range longer, how to make them more recyclable, how to reduce the amount of certain components or raw materials that are expensive, and how to integrate them into the cars. That's where these guys are spending their money on. When we look at the startups, which we have, one high-profile one in Sweden, we have Total, the big French oil company, has a similar project going on in France. Norwegians are developing, the Brits, of course, they need new businesses now and after Brexit. These companies are using their R&D spend on how are we going to build batteries. The Asians already they know how to do it. So in Finnish there's a word called tytäryhtiötalous and subsidiary economy. In terms of cell manufacturing, I see the future for Europe and US to be that. And don't shoot the messenger. When we look where these plants will be placed, which will be Asian managed or Asian owned, we've seen a lot of news from Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. If we look at the former Eastern European countries, they are the ones who get the big subsidies currently from EU. They get their billions to support the economy. Germany, obviously for the reasons that they have a big car industry, so it's close by. I'm sure that there will be a battery factory in Wasa. There'll be 30 of them in Europe soon. Wasa will get it. It's one. And therefore, I think for this region and Wasa and Finland, it's actually all about understanding how can we make the most of it, and maybe accept that it is CES. I will look at your expressions now so that I get to see the secret. But kind of, will it say LG Chem or Panasonic on the roof? It doesn't matter. It will come. But what can we do so that we are not only a tytäryhtiötalous? And that's I think where everyone, the university, the startup scene, research, and business. This needs to be business driven. Need to make their thinking. And now I just throw a few ideas that I've been thinking, and I'm busy already enough. I'm trying to find enough of cobalt to come to the factory. So I won't be doing these businesses, but I give my ideas as I've been talking to the car manufacturers for 10 years already. In Germany, I spent a lot of time in China and Korea and Japan. I think once we get that, we should also look at new applications where the batteries will come. We all carry already lithium batteries. All the iPhones and Android phones, they all have lithium-ion batteries. EVs will require a lot. But there are new applications. And that's interesting, not only that you can make the niche Teslas. I mean, there won't be a second Tesla, and unfortunately, I don't see it being at least Finnish. But there could be a niche Tesla in some other industry. But once we have the battery knowledge on doing batteries, we can then optimize some of the batteries being produced in Wasa or even somewhere else in Finland into those niche applications. And as such, it won't be as big market as providing all the batteries for Mercedes, but it will be a competitive advantage and something that you can then link really the know-how that we will have here for making the batteries, but then for the applications. They are linked. The batteries are all the time becoming better, smarter, more efficient, and they will be more and more integrated into the cars, but into the other applications. So there's definitely room for business, which is in a way facilitated by the future gigafactory, which I do hope and think that will come here. When I was having breakfast, I put a few names. The obvious one, Wärtsilä Marine Technology is one, and we know that they have their thoughts around it. Botnia Targa, the best motorboats in the world, I assume, at least in their class, and plenty of other boat builders here in the region. They have a lot to lose. Their business today is based only on diesel engines. And even if in boating the efficiency will be better for diesel engines, all the development that goes into diesel engines or has gone over the past 30 years because of the car industry's volumes will stop. So I'm sure that's just, and then I got the name, I know it's not from Wasa, but it's not that far away, Avant. I'm not the guy who kind of fixes my home, but my friends, it's unbelievable. It used to be the barbecue of Weber, now it's the Avant. That's like the measurement of success. To have your Avant is like a what's that, Bobcat, but the Finnish version. I mean, these are the applications. Someone will be the first one to really make a good, efficient, battery-driven vehicle like that, or a motorboat, or a tugboat like Wärtsilä is developing. So look at entrepreneurs, businesses, existing businesses. Don't be afraid and try to just kind of protect your existing business, which is based on oil. But look like, how can I become the Tesla of my niche? And there I definitely think that there is space to do that. And let's not make the mistakes that the big chemicals companies in Europe have done, because the batteries, actually it's all about chemicals. And Finland is so proud about our, we have big chemicals industry here. We have Neste Oil, we have Kemira, and they, as well as other big European companies, they lost it. If we look at the cathode material, cathode is, that's the key component when you do battery cells. It's LF, it's a South Korean company, LF, and the POSCO, which is another South Korean company. It's actually a steel producer, but they have a subsidiary. They are the two largest, and then you have a range of Chinese companies doing it. BASF is now trying to enter that business. They are building a big plant in Finland. That's good. Everything that's European, definitely I like, but unfortunately we are a bit late there. The Koreans, the Chinese, the Japanese, they were ready and they moved. So let's not make that mistake in the next applications, in the next Teslas. Let's take what we have, let's add the knowledge, the know-how we will get from batteries and the energy, and then make that into applications, and then specific batteries for those applications. That's the winning combo. Then what will happen when we get more and more EVs and more demand from consumers that the EVs need to be powered by renewable or CO2 zero energy. That will change the demand and supply of power networks and power production. And that's a big, and I know there's a lot of knowledge around that here in this town. There's a lot of knowledge around that in Finland. And of course, we are a relatively small market. We could be early in testing things, using Finnish market as a prototype, and then make a new export industry for us. So it's not only about the applications, being it EVs or mobile phones or whatever, where you need a battery. It's not only about the batteries, but it's also how do we get the power. Charging stations, I mean, if we look at in Finland, we are the only country who actually will have it so easy to implement EVs, because all of us, we have a plug. We used to put our car in the plug to heat it up in winter. I mean, let's innovate something around charging stations. We have the infrastructure. Everyone else needs to build that network. Half of Finnish households probably have a plug already where they park their car. And yeah, so last maybe remark here. Only a gigafactory will require tremendous amounts of energy, and it must be as carbon neutral as possible, because that's the reason. People are not buying EVs only because EVs. They are responsible consumers. They want to know also what kind of energy was used to build that car and the battery inside it. And also they will be challenging power utilities in producing more and more renewable energy so that they can load their batteries in their cars with renewable. That market is going to grow beyond all our expectations. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Feel like we're going to have a quite active panel discussion today. And a lot of questions too. Next up in line before the questions and the panel discussion, Thomas Hauri, the major. of Wasa.
Thank you, Anna. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I think some of you might have been expecting or waiting for me to reveal something big and new regarding the GigaVasa project. Unfortunately, I won't do that today. But thank you, Thomas, for an excellent speech and an excellent introduction also. It also almost seems as we have been coordinating our speeches, but you gave me so many bridges to go on, so I think we'll take it from there. But before we go there, I think it's important to take a look at the big picture. And if we are thinking about the battery markets, in 2018, how big were the battery markets in gigawatts? 184 gigawatts was the battery demand globally. And it's estimated that by 2030, the demand for batteries will be somewhere between, some say somewhere around 2,000 gigawatts, and some say maybe it can be almost up to 3,000. 2,800 was the biggest figure I was looking at when I now browsed through the summaries and the estimations. If this gigawatt is to engineering lingo, we can turn it into money. In 2016, when we started the GigaVasa project, the value of the global battery market was around 14 billion US dollars. And it's expected to be, now I have to check, around 17.5 billion dollars next year, or more than that. And in 2027, they say that we will have an estimate of 129 billion US dollar market in the battery industry. And now I totally agree with Thomas here. These estimates only based or mainly based on the development of the EV markets. They are not taking into consideration what will happen in all of these other sectors that Thomas mentioned here before. So if we only look at the EV market, which will be the biggest mass battery industry area, I totally also agree with Thomas that we are late looking at this wave, because that's already moving, as he greatly described. But I haven't lost hope, because I see there's a lot of niches and there's a lot of potential to still grow from these 129 billion USD markets to a totally other market when you take in consideration the other sectors. Some have asked during this journey with the GigaVasa project, why on earth are you working for a battery factory in Wasa? And I think this is maybe the bridge between what Thomas was saying and what I was intended to say. If we are looking at what is happening now in the energy sector, we are talking about circular economy, where we have to do sector coupling between different segments, different actions in different energy markets. We have district heating, we have water, we have waste to energy, and we have traditional power producing and distribution. And by coupling these sectors and other industrial sectors together, we get a working, efficient, and ecological system solution that will make a difference for tomorrow. In these sector couplings and in these systemic solutions, there will always, in the coming years, be some element of energy management, and there will be some level of energy storage. So now I'm not talking only about EVs. EVs are the big cake, and they will be moving on to 2025, 2030, and then we'll take the big share. But after 2025, around 2030, then we must be ready for the second wave that concerns sector coupling, concerns systematic solutions, that holds energy storage. And I totally agree with Thomas in this, that those who choose EVs are not doing it just because it's fun to drive an EV. They are very well aware of their ecological footprint. We have had a lot of discussions also about, well, why do you put your money on lithium-ion or some other technology? But actually, when you look at the market shares that Thomas was explaining, then it's not even debatable whether the EVs will come or whether they will have lithium-ion technology for the coming years. I'm sure there will be new technologies that will take some market shares, but the major and the biggest shares will be hold of this technology that not now is ramping up. Finally, maybe 2 words about the GigaWasa project. It's going on, and it's very active and in a very sensitive phase. So we'll just keep on pushing, and we'll tell you more when we are ready for it. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Thomas. Now you made us curious. We're going to a panel discussion, and if you have questions right now, you can take them right ahead. Nobody? No? Take what? Yes. Okay, this one. Okay.
Ehkä se Hyundaiin pörssikurssi on korkeampi kuin muilla sen tähden, että muutama kuukausi sitten ne ilmoitti, että ne panee 2 miljardia kehittääkseen oman e-viiton lentotaksinsa, eikä ehkä liity näihin autoihin tämä osakehinta.
We talked about take what we have, knowledge, entrepreneurship, and so on. What GigaWasa, what kind of opportunity is it for the region of Vasa to grow? If you look at the situation right now at the employment market, COVID-19 and security, what kind of opportunity is it for a region to grow?
If I start on that, I see it has a great potential. It can be compared to the beginning of this millennium, when the energy technology sector more than doubled here in Vasa. And actually what it tapped into was the first wave of clean tech, really clean tech. And I see now when we are facing the second wave of clean tech, taking in sector coupling, taking in systemic solutions, we are the world leaders in many of these technological areas here. And when you fit in energy storage, batteries into these different systems, are they marine, are they in airplanes, or are they in power grid systems? They all require their specific setup to be as effective as possible. And to do this research together in a system, that's when Wasa is the best place to be in the world, because here even competing companies are doing R&D and development together, just in order to get a little bit more out of the system.
Maybe I could comment in a way your question that if we think about the past 20 years, and really all businesses have been impacted, and demographics have been impacted by the internet. Internet, that's what has driven the economy since mid-late 90s. And if we combine into internet, mobile internet or mobile technologies, look what that did to Oulu region. And that, it became the Silicon Valley of Europe for a long, long period. And it was a big demographic change. And it was often praised by the excellent cooperation between the city, the university, or the educational sector there, and companies. I mean, it was not only Nokia. The tens of great companies who, many of them got bought by foreign companies, and a lot of startups still coming. I mean, that's what internet did if we look at the city in Finland. I personally expect that energy storage is going to be a tailwind for business as big as internet was for the past 20 years. I think energy storage will be for the next 20 years. EVs is only the first time we really can see it. We already have it in our pockets, but we didn't kind of realize that we can have a mobile phone only because there's a battery technology which is not the size of a brick, the phone. So, and Wasa has a head start there. I spent a lot of time in Oulu, and I must say that Wasa has better climate as well. So it's not only that you're in the right spot in terms of the But I mean, if you really asked what this can bring to Wasa, I mean, Wasa could be the next Oulu, in my view, looking at Finland. It's a potential, and also I think it's important that you guys in Wasa that you look what did Oulu right, what did Oulu wrong. But Oulu is a success story. Where even today, after the challenges they had with Nokia, it is a success story, and you should look what they did right, what did they wrong, learn from the mistakes, but also copy things. It's nothing bad. They've been through this, and I think Wasa has a good possibility. Really, there's the opportunity to do what Oulu did in the late 90s and early 2000 for the next 10 years.
Thank you. And Matthias, you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you for interesting speeches for both of you. And I'm an optimist, so I think and I strongly believe that we will have this battery factory here or some kind of battery manufacturing industry here in Wasa soon. And as we all know, they are already building a big, huge battery factory in Skellefteå. And we also know that in Helgeland there will also be some actions related to battery manufacturing. But what does this mean, and what kind of challenges does this set to the educational system here in the region? If we want to become the new Oulu, how do we attract people, not only to the Wasa region, but to the Kvarken region? Because with these huge investments related to the industry in all of the Kvarken region that is now very well connected and will be very much more better connected with the help of electric airplanes and the new ferry, how do we attract people here, and what kind of challenges does this set to the educational system and to the city and the cities to be attractive?
Good question.
I think if we are looking at the millennials that are now in a big part of the work life. What is important for the millennials? When I was younger and entered the job market, it was important to get an education, get a job, and get a salary. But for the millennials, that's not the fact anymore. It's more important that their work has a meaning. And here we can offer a meaning through this. And I think that's really the most important thing if we think about attraction. Then, of course, the workplaces, the work regarding education, trimming the education, making the networks, and also finding the talents. That work is already ongoing, has been for a couple of years, and we have been working with the vocational schools. We have been working with the universities of applied sciences and the universities, and they have many programs already going on and are ramping up to face the talent and skill challenge regarding to this. But this has been done before. It's not a big thing. Actually, if we get a gigafactory with 2,000 workers, we have a lot of industrial skills here. We have a lot of automation skill. We have all or many of the side skills. Something that is lacking is the specific chemical engineering skill. But as Thomas said, these factories already possess them. That will make the first establishment. But then how can we transfer this talent and develop it for the next generations? That's the big issue. Otherwise, it's work as usual.
Any more questions? No more questions? Matthias just asked that question, but when you look at Finland, we have a lot of demographic challenges overall, and we have that challenge in the Vasa region of Strobotnian too, a demographic revolution or a challenge, mostly a challenge. How we will get the youngsters today, because we need the knowledge and we need the entrepreneurship for new innovations, how we will get them to stay here? Because right now we have a lot of workforce that are moving, for example, to Sweden. How we get the knowledge to stay here? Both in Ostrobotnia, Vasa region, but also in Finland. What is it? What is it right now with the millennials that move abroad? Will they come back? Because for new innovations we need the knowledge.
I'm only a mining guy. I'm not. I'm not an expert in demographics or city planning, but I mean seriously, that's I think for the country and within the country and for different regions, it's one of the most important things. And if we look, the amount of newborns in Finland, it's in Finnish we say it's kuka viimeisenä ja sammuttaa valot. That's a bit what's going on in Finland right now, and unfortunately, I mean that's sad. Meaning of work is important. How can we, as Finland, differentiate? I think, and this is not only a Finnish thing. I think we have, as Europe, we had a clear competitive edge, after the wars and how the German miracle and the Finnish miracle then a bit later and all that. And Asia is super dominating in new industries, and they have talent, plenty of people, good educational system, and they are competitive. I mean, the kids of my Japanese or Chinese friends, I mean, yes, there's a lot of pressure from the parents as well, but there's hundreds of millions who are competing, who want to be better, and we see that in the universities. So the world, it has changed. It's changing, and what I think there's a lot that we are good at in Finland. We are not really good at promoting it, and we should. I remember this was last year here. it was from the university, someone who told how many foreign students come to Vasa and actually would like to stay here, but they can't get jobs here. Or they don't get the permits to stay here just to look for a job or find a job or set up their own company. I mean, these are practical issues where we need, because Finland is a great place to stay. I lived 14 years abroad and nobody expected that I would come back, and now I've been 10 years in Finland. I'm looking at staying in Finland. And Vasa is a great place. I'll love to visit it. So we have many, many good things to offer beyond only the work itself. We have a tailwind, but we need to be able to tell in a way. We need to understand it ourselves first, and then we can tell about it. But then there's plenty of practical issues that we need to just simplify so that actually also the talent from abroad can come here.
Yes.
And we shouldn't only look at this immigration of working people to be Filipinos who come and do the cleaning because no Finns want to do cleaning anymore. I mean, we should look at talent, global talent. This is a good place to live, Finland as such, and Vasa especially. But we need to be able to facilitate that's easier. That's pure stupidity that we have hundreds of non-Finnish students who study here. They already have a place where they live here, they have friends here, they have social networks, and then they want to stay here, but they can't because they don't get the permit to live in Finland, or employers are a bit hesitant to take them because their Finnish or Swedish is not really strong enough yet. I mean, come on. That's so last season, that thing.
That's so last year.
I can also give a few. That's like a really broad question, how to get the people to stay, the young ones to stay in Vasa and in this region and in this country. I think no one has the whole answer, but I think when we are talking about cities and city plannings and what is happening there during with the demography, I think it's important in Finland also to realize that people are going to places where things happen. We are now, and we have for many years been competing with who has the best infrastructure, who has the tallest buildings, who has this and that. But actually, that's not what people want. What people want is they want all kinds of experiences, and they want to be around places where things happen. And this is an old trend, and this is the reason why we have something called urbanization. That's why people move to cities. It's not because they can be cramped in some lousy, small flat. Well, they come to the city because things happen there. And now I think with COVID, we have a situation where you can combine these. You can have real life quality. You can choose to live in the city center, or you can choose to live outside the city center, and it's really close to combine these two. Like you can combine working distant or working in the office in a totally new way today. And I think this is something, I think also we have to go through a mental change in our sort of work mindset in Finland. We have a very old, outdated mindset of why we are working and what's the motivation to work. And I think here we have to have a lot of more talks about how to bridge these different views between the generations. And then as a third thing, I think that Thomas is totally right in this, because even though we could if we build the walls around Finland and don't let anyone out, I don't think we will manage it anyway. We have to get our work immigration process to work. When Vasa grew, and when the energy technology cluster in Vasa grew during the first decade in this millennium, one of the biggest explaining factors were work-related immigration, where we got the talents from abroad. A part was our own education system, but a big part was the immigrated talents who came here and stayed here.
One question coming up. Matthias?
Not a question, but more a
Okay,
comment.
comment.
I want to continue what Thomas was saying. I totally agree that we have to change our mindset, because it's also about creating a good atmosphere and also a good image of the region with the help of future and visionary projects and big things going on, because I think that attract also younger people and skillful people even from abroad, and also get the younger generation to stay. Because when you talk, when you move around in the world and you tell them what is going on all in the Kvarken region with huge investments and interesting and innovative projects, people are like, oh, wow, we didn't know about that. And I think that this has to be utilized in a more efficient way, because this is actually the best place in the world to live, the Kvarken region. That's why I also have stayed here all my life and will stay.
Any more questions? There, go ahead.
Thank you both for a very nice speech. You touched upon the energy sector, and that's close to my heart. So just some questions around that and sustainability. Let's say the debate on EVs versus normal petrol or diesel cars are that, well, the EV is so dirty. It's dirtier than the diesel car. And, well, I'm not going into that debate, but I would like to discuss that. How do you see, can there be a clean battery? Can it be carbon neutral or totally carbon free? And what would that take from mining to cell manufacturing?
Thank you for a question that I think it's more my expertise than the previous ones. I'm coming back. I start by answering by asking everyone to think that, and I ask you the question that, do you really think that China bought those cobalt and graphite assets 5-6 years ago, or even more, 7-8 years ago, when no one else was interested in them, only so that they could be the largest producer of batteries? No. They wanted to take over the automobile industry. And they failed in petrol engines. I mean, any other industry today, everything is manufactured in China. I mean, the COVID showed it. There's not everything that's medtech, medcare has components made in China, is assembled in China, everything. Some of you might drive today from here back to Helsinki. You won't see a Chinese-produced car coming. I mean, that's I would say it's one of the only large industries where China has not been able to take a market share outside of their own country. And not even in China. I mean, the first measurement of becoming middle class or upper middle class is that you have a Volkswagen. So the Chinese realized we won't be able to compete in that one. They tried. I mean, there are plenty of Chinese cars out there, but everything failed. And they decided, okay, there will be a revolution, and they've been lobbying for it for sure in the background in various ways. And they want to produce the cars. And batteries are just a key component there. And going back to how can you control the car market via batteries, how can you control the battery market? By supply of certain critical minerals and certain critical knowledge. And they've been building on that. And if we look at Germany, and this, almost the same goes for France, I think at some stage I remember I heard every 9th German job is linked to the car manufacturing industry. That's a big number. And 100% of that is combustion engine today in practice. And so this is a huge risk for Germany and Europe if we fail to take a large market share of the EV business, because that's the only business that will be left in 2050 in automobiles. And I see now, coming back to your question, and that's something that I've been personally promoting to a few of the German car manufacturers, and there's no reason I wouldn't do it for French or Italian, but I happen to have a history working in Germany, so I know the people. And the German can compete if they answer those questions that you now asked. Because that's something China has not been thinking about that. It's not their mentality. They are just looking at producing it efficiently, cheaply, and get the market dominated. But those questions that are, I would say, not a bit harder to quantify, which comes to values, which comes to ethics. I mean, that's, and you asked earlier about what's the competitive advantage of Vasa region of Finland, but also of Europe. I mean, we have that inbuilt in our way of conducting business. And I think that the way for the BMWs to be able to retain a good market share of automobiles in the future is to be able to actually track what goes into the car, how was what is the CO2 balance, not of driving the car, but of producing the car. These are questions. And I can tell you the Chinese will not be able to give you answers, where did this nickel that's used in the battery come from? Because the way they do their business in Africa, and I spent a lot of time in Africa with Chinese, without Chinese, is they just buy, and the system they buy, for instance, source, let's say, copper or cobalt, is that they have the small local Chinese traders who are running around there. Then they sell to the next stage, they sell to the next stage, then they take the refining. There's no way to say from which mine did it come, did they use child labor? And yes, they do use, and the Chinese are promoting it, I can tell you, so are a few Western companies still. And that is a competitive advantage to actually, for a defensive move for European industry, to be part of the future, being EVs. I believe that that will be achieved, but it only comes if the consumers demand it, and when consumers demand it, the car manufacturers will demand it from their suppliers. So yes, there will be, it can be CO2 neutral, and at least you need to show how much CO2 has been used. It's not only about where the minerals come from, how were they mined, how were they processed, how was the logistics. When you can build that traceability and what the various input factors have been and how that impacts the environment. I mean, I will buy that EV. Who can tell me that? And I don't think I'm the only one. And I also know that there's not one single Chinese car manufacturer who has that inbuilt in their thinking when they develop these business lines. That's a competitive advantage for Europe and definitely for Finland.
Yeah, today if you look at the CO2 balance in an EV, the battery forms 40 to 45% of the CO2 track, and actually, just as Thomas said, taking care of that, you have the most ecological, efficient logistical chains from the raw material to the battery chemicals to the cell and then to the end product. Then you reduce very efficiently, and also in the making of the batteries, of course, by using the green renewable energy that we have an abundance of here to a very competitive cost. I see that these are our competitive edges when we are going onwards in this business.
2 more questions. First, there.
Actually, my name is Jussi Lähde. I have the pleasure of working with Thomas Hoyer in latitude 66 cobalt, but I'd like to reverse this idea of consumers' demand to the possibilities that the companies working in the Kvarken area have. So once you produce something, we produce numbers. We testify now ourselves with numbers. We say that CEO level is this and this many numbers. Take the pictures, take the sound, take the nature of this area, and implement it to your products digitally, so that once you for the first time you turn on your BMW, so it will tell the buyer that this is the surroundings where your battery was produced. And take this into everything that you produce here. It's not only the numbers to convince the seller and buyer, it's also pictures, sounds. Make them to come here and check where everything was produced.
Thank you. And Sture, you had a comment?
The big result from this session would be if we all agree to perform something which we could agree to do today, which we didn't do unless we were sitting here. And I propose one thing, coming back to the discussion, that this kind of project is not just a project which we should wait for. I remind you who is sitting here, in the coming 5 years, the estimated real investment from the energy sector, the big companies in the region, in R&D will be around 1 billion euro. 1 billion euro. If we have a gigafactory, it will be an investment about 500 million. In the first day of Wasa Future Festival, we were starting real project for an energy system, new level, could be a 1 billion euro project in the coming 2 years, 3 years time. When we calculate other investments which already decided, we are talking about millions and millions, maybe probably with all included 1 billion more. Now, this amount of probable, believable investments in the coming years in a quite small region, mostly before people were thinking, lovely, now is coming money, just waiting for somebody to give me a job or waiting. So the decision today, which I propose, we here now should change our mindset. Everybody are now committed because this is real fruit coming from the trees. We should raise our own mindset to be ready to also use these possibilities, among others, to invite people from foreign countries and be doing something so they feel good to be here. But we all raise the ambition in all levels of the society, in the education sector, in the healthcare, in every field of society. So we are worthy. We should be worthy of these projects. And that I hope we could agree to decide. We should be worthy of these possibilities and huge prospects, which we could see as a reality the coming 5 years, including the battery factory.
The famous last words. The next step, we had the topic, the need for new innovations, future employment in Wasa region. What's the next step, Thomas? put on the microphone.
Microphone on, yes. The next step is actually already taken, and it's going on. We are continuing our discussions with these manufacturers, and at the same time also continuing the discussions and the work with the talent seekers and with the educational institutions. So you could say there's a lot of things going on, and I see that we will see the effects of that in, I hope, the coming year.
Yes, exciting to hear. Thank you, Thomas and Thomas.
Thank you.
And thank you. At 3 o'clock, we have the last topic, fixed connection over Kvarken. Esa Erante Antti Talvitie and Joachim Strand. Thank you. We are headed for the last session, the last day, fixed connection over Kvarken. We have 3 speakers. Joachim Strand, member of the Finnish Parliament and chairman of the Committee for the Future. Esa Eranti, Doctor of Technology. And Antti Talvitie, a consultant. And we will start with a video from Antti, who's not been able to be here today. And after that, we'll give the stage to Esa.
Good day. Unfortunately, I can't be in Wasa today, but I'm pleased that I can meet and talk with you over this video. And it is, I will take my mask off. It is common knowledge that the fixed link from Wasa to Umeå over the Gulf of Finland, what I call Kvarkenväg, has been long in the papers and in the minds of people. Esa Eranti, my friend, and I have also worked on this off and on over the past few years and present this study to you. No interest other than our own interest has paid for this study, and we are thankful to Kvarkenrådet that and Joachim Strand and Matthias Lindström and the local newspapers that they have taken interest in the study. I also want to thank Klaus Bremer, who has been an invaluable mentor to us. So, who I am? I am from Ostrobothnia, and I have worked both in the United States and in Finland. I was a professor in the United States for about 15 years, and I met Esa Eranti in the 70s when he was a graduate student at State University of New York at Buffalo, when I was chairman of the civil engineering department there. In the 80s, I worked in the Finnish Highway Administration, now known as Väylä, as director of highway construction and maintenance. Thereafter, I had a short stint in the private sector, but then went to work in the World Bank, and I worked there until my retirement age. Right now, I'm a consultant, for example, in Ramboll, Sweden, where I'm a team leader for the financial bank's technical advisor for the Murla-Lohja PPP, Private-Public Partnership motorway, which is about 50 kilometers long. Now, what is the content of the presentation? My presentation is on the PowerPoint slide. I will talk briefly about the transport vision, then about the benefit cost analysis, and the effect of the Kvarkenväg on the society and the economy. briefly touch on political consequences, political dimension of the work, and then the externalities which are part of this road. And then I conclude. So, the vision of this of the Kvarkenweg, broadly stated, is simple. It is from wealth distribution to wealth creation. Or the punchline in Finnish is tulonjaosta tulontekoon. And the map you see shows the vision. It aims to expand the markets and reduce the costs of transportation and logistics. For Finland and for Finnish industries, access to the Scandinavian other Scandinavian countries and to Europe is important, and this Kvarkenweg would facilitate that. In the reverse direction, for Sweden and Norway, it would be a key to the markets in Finland and to Russia. We'll emphasize the freight traffic simply because it is important for industries and trade. We will not forget, and we think the passenger traffic is also important for business and for pleasure. So I need to say that I make this presentation in English. The slides are, of course, in Finnish and Swedish, you can see there, and I may confuse these languages every once in a while. So, now over to the project economy and to benefit cost analysis. Jules Dupuy, who founded and created the benefit cost analysis, says that utility is the only one that what people are willing to pay for. So that means that any project's monetary benefit cost ratio should be more than 1. That is, benefits should be greater than the costs over the lifetime of the project. The insert here is a picture. It shows the two alternative alignments that we are considering. The blue line is from Replut to Osnes. It is the cheaper one because it can rely on the shallow grounds in the Gulf of Bothnia. It costs about 3 billion euros. The red line is more expensive, about 5 million euros. It is also from Replut to Holmsund. Holmsund is important because there is the Kvarken port on the Swedish side there, and also a rail terminal. So, just the diagram about the benefit cost analysis. It is important to understand it, even though it is somewhat technical. On the right-hand side picture, there is a case B where the users of transport network are paying the full market prices. And you will see in the matrix below that both the benefits to the country and the benefits to the users are the same. In this case, 9,600 euros per day. Very little, but the traffic volumes are also very small, about 1,000 trips per day. On the left-hand side, there is a case where the users are subsidized. That is, instead of paying the 48 euros after the improvement, they would be only paying 16 euros, and the rest, the difference, would be a subsidy to the users. Now you will see that nonetheless, for the traffic painted in yellow, there would be a gain to the country as a whole. But there is also cost, because this is the red portion, because there are too many users who are not paying the cost that it takes to provide the service. And you will see that the country as a whole will gain a benefit only 9,000 euros, which is 600 euros per day less. If you take both directions, it is 1,200. Over the year, it is over 200,000. And from the diagram you can also calculate that there is an income transfer from the economy as a whole to the users, which is 32,000 euros per day, a substantial amount of money. And we think that if the traffic volumes are very large, then income transfers and the losses would also be large. I'm purposefully putting the traffic volume so low because that is roughly the predicted number of users for the high-speed rail link being planned between Helsinki and Turku. So that is for the comparison. So using these ideas, I have made this matrix. Many numbers. I'm not going to go through all of them. I only point out few things. There is both alternatives. Ostnes Replot, 3 billion euros. Holmsund Replot, 5 million euros. And the what is called Entimestock, a 1 hour train from Helsinki to Turku, or between those two cities. And it has this name because the aim is that the train would be so fast as to cover the distance of 170 kilometers in 1 hour. In the right-hand corner, in the brown field, there is the traffic forecast that I will use. And it is based on the current traffic through the Finnish harbors. There are about 2.2 million buses and cars from the through the Finnish harbors, and about 1.1 million trucks of various lengths. I made the assumption that 10% of the buses and cars would use this Kvarkenväg, and 6.5% of the trucks would use this fixed link. Now, assuming that the EU comes in with their 20% share, and adding up after that the cost of maintenance and other miscellaneous expenses, come to the income side. And the income side comes from the tolls. We assume that this bridge road would be a toll road, a toll bridge. And the tolls are between about 100 to 200 euros for cars and 400, 500 for the trucks. And these are in line what Wasa line, for example, charges for the trip across the Gulf of Bothnia. Then I also made the assumption that both Finland and Sweden would come with equity share, which is about the same size as the EU share. And after this, summing up and subtracting, the end result is that using the tariff 1 and the cheaper alternative, no subsidy would be required. Tolls would cover it, and also, of course, the state-provided equity share on the for the more expensive Holmsund Replot alignment. There is a chance that a subsidy of, in the worst case, about 26 million euros per year would be required. That is not that much, considering how much the Finnish and in Swedish car users, truck users pay in terms of their special excise taxes for fuel. Then on the third column, there is an example of the Tunninjuna Entimestock, and again the same procedure. We have I have assumed that the ticket prices would be either 20 or 30 euros. Current prices are between 16 and 20 euros. And at the end, when everything added up, the high-speed rail would require an annual subsidy of 90 to 110 million euros. And there is really no way to avoid that. It will be there because the high-speed rail will not take any goods traffic like the Kvarkenväg would. So, I will come back to this profitability of the fixed link between Umeå and Vasa. it is a surprising result. So, there are some problems in the benefit cost analysis regarding the high-speed rail link. And I mentioned only two. I'm not going to go through all of them. The one is that for all the high-speed rails in Europe, the costs have been exceeded by 25 to 100%. They have been costly. And who knows, will the high-speed rail between Helsinki and Turku be built for the 3.5 million euros as estimated? Of course, that's true for everything. These are cost estimates. The true cost will be known after the bids are in, when the contractors say that we would do this job for this price. The other thing that is of interest, that if the train link is built, that would nearly decimate the current private bus services between those two cities. There are 80 bus trips a day between those two cities. Some of them are fast, that is point to point from Helsinki to Turku. Others may stop on the way. But nonetheless, there's an extensive service, and now we would be in the paradoxical situation that with the taxpayer monies, private businesses would be substantially harmed. And that is an important consideration that has often ignored, that there are these income transfers and losses to others if projects are subsidized. This picture shows the goods export from the Finnish provinces, and you will see that it is a funnel shape directed toward Kvarken, and that the central Finland and parts of Ostrobothnia lag in their exports. And I hypothesize that the only reason this is so is because the accessibility and the costs of logistics are too high for them to produce competitively goods to the export market. So this funnel-shaped transport corridor, logistic corridor, implies that there are areas in Finland which are underserved in terms of transport services and in terms of logistics. And therefore, the question arises, would it be worthwhile to subsidize this fixed link from Wasa to Umeå? Come to that later. So, looking at then the transport corridor westward from Finland, you will see, and we know, that it would be an important improvement in the competitive ability of the Finnish industries. And it would be a challenge for the central Finland and Ostrobothnia to develop products and perhaps spawn industries that can produce products competitively to the export market. So it is an economic thing. There would be new industries and there would be new products, and made perhaps with greater productivity. On the downside, there are the environmental issues. Right now, the carbon dioxide especially is on the table. But so we are talking here of a risk investment and how it balances with technical development. But undoubtedly, the fixed link would be good for the Finnish economy. Looking at then both sides, the corridors to west and to east, you will see that both for Finland and Sweden and Norway, the transportation costs would be less, and the entire logistic chain would cost less. There would be also more advantageous passenger trips for pleasure or for business, and especially the reliability of the shipments of goods would be independent of weather. They would be independent of strikes, independent of timetables or icebreakers. and we think that this would increase the economic growth in the Österbotten and Västerbotten, including in Norway's corresponding areas. The project itself would require high-quality employees, and that in turn would create educational opportunities from vocational education to university level in the area. So there are many things which are on the upside for building this link. I mentioned that there is a political dimension to this. There are political consequences. This would be a big step forward in Nordic cooperation. The Kvarkenvägen would be a significant regional policy investment. It would certainly help these areas of central parts of Finland, Sweden and Norway to become more competitive with the southern parts of their countries. Again, on the downside, there would be costs for the protection of the environment. And as I showed in the benefit cost matrix, in the beginning, Kvarkenväg would require subsidies. And the question is, who would pay for these subsidies? On the other side, also the ferry traffic and the sea transport would experience losses. Should these losses be compensated? Well, because the investment on the fixed link, the logistics costs and warehousing costs would be much less, and these savings would pay for the subventions and perhaps also for the losses of those who experience losses elsewhere in the country. But I would like to point out that these would have to be temporary, just while the industry and the economy adjust to the new environment. So there will be compensations for losses for a period of time. There would have to be subventions for a period of time once the fixed link is being built and opens. There are other externalities. There may be more. I mentioned only 2 or 3. One is the protected areas in the Kvarken. They are UNESCO designated areas, and it is in everybody's interest to protect them. The climate change also is a threat. We think that developments in vehicle technology over the next 10-15 years will solve the carbon dioxide problem. It will be that long, even though the technology is available now with the hydrogen and with electricity, but it will take time to change over the vehicle park. And again, emphasize that there would be economic growth in the Bottenviken, in the Gulf of Finland area on both sides. And I would like to point out that the high-speed rail would not bring positive externalities, because whatever gains will be made along the rail line would be income transfers from elsewhere in the country, because it will, like I mentioned, the high-speed rail would require substantial subsidies. So, summing up at this point, the title is that extensive public participation, citizen participation, is absolutely necessary. It has to start early and it has to be continuous, because these fast and reliable transport links to all directions will cause dislocations in the economy. That is the upside. On the downside, there are the costs for protection of the environment. But I think, and Esa will talk more about that, they can be handled successfully, but it requires that everybody is heard and their viewpoints are heard and incorporated. Logistics and transportation costs will be reduced. For example, right now, Finland's logistics costs are about 25 milliard euros per year, a big sum. When you compare it to the gross national product, it is about a little bit over 11% of the Finnish gross national product. And compared to Sweden and Norway, their percentage is a little bit more than 7. So Finland is clearly in a disadvantage, and the Kvarkenwerk aims to help this one, make Finland more competitive in the export markets. I mentioned that in Denmark the logistics costs are about a little bit below 7%, in Germany 8.5%, and on the EU average is 6.8. So half of that what Finland has to pay. Harvard professor Schumpeter coined the words creative destruction. And the creative destruction occurs when new products, new ways of doing things will replace the old ones. And this will occur also here because the shipment times will be reduced, and they are independent of timetables, strikes, ice breaking, and weather. And like I mentioned, some harbors and some shipping companies will experience losses or harm. And I discussed it already that these losses may have to be compensated over a period of time. So, come to the conclusion. Finland need not be an island. There has been a discussion lately in Finland if Finland is an island or is it not. We think that Finland need not be an island. Kvarkenwerk is a promising investment. It would have large and positive consequences, wider impacts. The fixed link between Wasa and Umeå will reduce the transportation and logistics costs, as it will tie together many countries. And it is more than likely that it will encourage economic development in the region. But with this, it has to be recognized that Kvarkenwerk is a risk investment. It will require subventions in the beginning when the economy adjusts to the changed environment. There are other risks, for example, stagnation in the world's economy, when there would be less trade and less traffic. Finland's economy may stagnate or slow down. We have had some examples of that in the recent weeks, and there will be other unknown risks, political or health. These have to be dealt with at a time. So, speaking technically, Kvarkenwerk must be built as a design-build or PPP, private-public partnership project. That will guarantee that there is competition, that there is an adequate distribution of risks, that new technologies will be used to keep the costs in check. And then in bold font I have made observation that if the very conservative traffic forecast doubles, instead of there being 600 cars on the bridge per day, there would be 1,200. Instead of there being 200 trucks, there would be 400. Still a low volume road. Altogether only 400 vehicles per day. Not much. But if the traffic forecast doubles, then the tariff 2, which is reasonable and conservative, will pay for the whole thing. There would be no need for subsidies, no need for the state equity share, and if the state is made in the beginning, it can claw it back during the lifetime of the project. this, of course, is not based on models yet. But a friend of mine, I asked him to make a quick traffic assignment. What would it look like? And he said that it is possible that 25% of the goods traffic from Finland would use this Vasa-Umeå link. So there is upside potential, strong upside potential. And lastly, I repeat that extensive public participation, citizen participation is absolutely necessary, starting early and have to be continuous. They have to be part of the design of this connection. And in that sense, citizen participation, public participation is part of the product. Everybody, every interest group needs to be heard, their viewpoints incorporated to the extent possible, so that in the end, the whatever is the outcome would enjoy widespread social acceptance. Jag ville tillägga att Kvarkenvägen är inte en sak, inte a single issue thing. Anslutna investeringar kan göra Kvarkenvägen mera framgångsrik och betydelsefull för både Finland och Sweden. På Finlands sida, riksvägen 3, Europa 12, borde byggas som motorväg från Tammerfors till Uleåborg. En skopa upp Seinäjoki på västersidan, slå ihop med riksvägen 8 i Vasas utkanterna och sen fortsätta till Uleåborg. Vägen skulle förbättra tillgänglighet längs motorväg. Och det skulle erbjuda, servera kommuner och städer i närheten av vägen. Tammerfors är en stor stad på finska skalan, och till exempel lastbilen från Tammerfors till Umeå ska ta samma tid som lastbilen från Tammerfors till Helsingfors. Men därefter det måste vänta på fartyg eller färjan. Och lastbilen eller containers på svenska järnvägar, SJ järnväg, skulle vara i södra Sverige eller i Tyskland en dag tidigare än annars. Så ett logistikfördel. I andra ändan, nära Uleåborg är den andra högteknologicentrum i Finland. Söderut kommer Brahe stad, grundad av Per Brahe, och det är en vacker historisk stad, men den finns SSAB Modern Stilverk där. Lite söderut i Karleby, det finns Karlebys djuphamn, som jag tror är den största, eller en av de största bulkhamnar i Finland. Det finns också speciella faciliteter för vederskytta varor där i Kokkola, Karleby hamn. And måste komma ihåg också att Anders Schudenius var kyrkoherre i Karleby. Han var också riksdagsman, och han skrev böcker om demokrati, ekonomi, liberalism och även vaccination. Han var renässansman i sin tid. Hans bok Den nationella vinsten kom ut 1765. 10 år före Adam Smith publicerade hans bok The Wealth of Nation, som ansågs vara en nyskapande bok om national ekonomi, modern national ekonomi. Och den Vasa är lite äldre än Karleby. Karleby är 400 år detta år. Vasa är 415 år kanske. Och Vasa hade också en, kan man säga, färgrik förflutna. Vasa är från kungfamiljen Vasa, namnet. Därefter, på svenska tiden, därefter på ryska tiden, det var Nikolajstad. Och det här är en stor betydelse i Finlands självständighet när den kom tillbaka till namnet Vasa. Så, på kusten det finns mycket finsk och svensk historia. Där bor flitiga och kunniga människor med innovativa egenskaper. Kvarkenvägen med andra infrastrukturinvesteringar skulle låsa upp resurser i regionen. Mänskliga, kulturella och ekonomiska. Och med dessa tankar jag ska avsluta. God fortsättning på dagen, ni alla.
A big thank you to Antti. And now the floor is yours to comment on the video. Your presentation too. Okay, we can take that before your presentation. Anyone with direct comments or questions or? There's one. Matthias.
Yes, thank you. Interesting presentation also from Antti, and this was very Finnish based, but you also have to take in consideration all the things that are happening on the Swedish side, and we have big opportunities that we also have been looking into within the Kvarken Council on connecting our region also to the big harbors on the Norwegian coast. Now they have ambitions, for example, to electrify the cross link railway from Sundsvall to Trondheim. That will be a very huge opportunity also for a fixed link over the Kvarken Strait. And also we have already established good cooperation with Nordlands Fylkeskommune and Helgeland with transports from Mo i Rana and Mosjö over here to the Kvarken region. So I think taking these things also in consideration when looking more deeply into this will make this even more beneficial in the long run, I think.
Good. Any other questions? No?
Okay.
Then the floor is yours. You have a presentation? That's ready?
Yeah, let's go. Antti and myself have often talked about the fake economics that are used to support infrastructure projects in the Helsinki capital area. And what really got me thinking on this was this analysis of myself. Based on these assumptions, the 1 hour bullet train, actually it is more than 1 hour, but the Finnish taxpayer has to come up with 100 euros for each 30 euro ticket bought on that train. So this is an outrage, and we have something better. Okay, Antti talked a lot about economics. I talk more about construction technology. I talk about costs and schedule and on environmental issues. And then I come back to economics, but from a different perspective. Antti has worked more on the public sector. I have worked more on private investors. So I take this kind of blunt, straightforward analysis. This is my background. I'm an Arctic offshore and coastal engineering expert. And I also have developed an expertise on environmental issues that have been connected especially to hydraulic construction projects. I'm a McGraw-Hill author, and I have been involved in many projects, big and small. And some of them are in the $1 billion or $10 billion category. The Öresund link, for example, that was my first expert job. I'm the chief designer, chief engineer of the Tahkoluoto offshore wind farm project. And that has been designed for heavy ice conditions. And I have 45 years of experience in international projects, and I have a lot of experience also on research and development, half of it which I have made myself on my own money, just like the gentleman here. Yeah. So we started to study sea bottom to see where and how to construct. And we came up with two alternative routes. These are basic elements in our study, but of course these will change when our vision gets sharper. And in any case, we will have long bridges, 20, 30 kilometers of bridges, and then we have embankment roads, perhaps a few tunnels, small tunnels, but the tunnels are expensive for this kind of conditions. And we have also obtained some attention and support from the Swedish side. So it is not only the Finnish side that is interested in this, but also the Swedish side see the benefits. And actually this is nothing new. There are bridges around the world, large bridges, and then we have bridges in Sweden, and also causeways, embankment roads, and in Finland. Here we see, for example, in Helsinki, big causeways, beautiful road. And actually, Helsinki has been built on filled sea bottom, much of it, a significant portion. So this is nothing new. The circumstances in the Kvarken area are actually very favorable for bridge construction because we have shallow water, we have firm bottom conditions to build on. And also the wave conditions are quite favorable because of the limited fetches. The offshore construction, there is always a wave limit, and based on what we have learned, we can deal it better here than, for example, in Tahkoluoto. We do have occasionally very heavy ice conditions, and we have a seasonal timetable for construction. That means that during the winter time, no hydraulic construction, practically no. Some embankment road construction could be made, but not these heavy lifts offshore. But we are used to ice conditions. There are actually 200 ice-resistant offshore structures in the Gulf of Bothnia, some of which are in very heavy ice conditions, and they have been there half a century, or some of them have been. And we have experience, and we have also studied the ice forces. For example, here in 1986, we had a very heavy winter. We got a storm, and we just could measure. We had a cone that measured ice forces, instrumented cone, around this Kemi 1 lighthouse, and we got it everything. We got a perfect ridge interaction events, we got at-freeze pond failures, we got everything, and nobody else has got it. Full-scale data. So this is the basic idea. Everybody knows embankment road. It is just that it gets heavy if it gets hit with big waves, so water depth is limited. And then we have to go with bridges. This is the system. We have a steel cell, ice-reinforced steel cell, and the shape is conical to control ice load. That if you have a vertical structure, that takes 3 times more ice force than a conical structure. And also with a conical structure, you can eliminate ice-induced vibrations. So then we have a ring footing, and we have filled this up with crushed rock. And that means that you have a huge mass, very massive foundation that acts as a solid entity. So this is kind of a new hydraulic construction. And construction is like clockwork. You start with making bases. There may be many groups working simultaneously. And at the same time, you are manufacturing foundations. They come from various yards, and they are floated to the site where a heavy-duty crane, offshore crane, lifts them on the base. And then they are filled with crushed rock right there and surrounded by erosion protection. And then you just come, you can actually place them very accurately. It is just amazing. But then you can come with your bridge sections, and the same crane lifts those on place. So this is simple, brutally simple, straightforward construction. This is, we did this first to build a pilot turbine, wind turbine to Tahkoluoto in 2010, and then we added 10 more in 2017. Now, I'm not going to in detail into this scheme. It actually depends quite a lot on whether you do design and build or whether you do public-private partnership. But I will highlight some issues. And the first issue is this pre-feasibility study. We have shown you a vision that is based on our own experience, and of course we know roughly what things cost. And I have gone kilometer to kilometer to estimate the cost. But there has to be a pre-feasibility study so that the banker will also, and the decision maker will believe. And there will be drawings, and there will be weights, and there will be construction systems, and there will be various assessments. This is the most important step, because if we get the concept right, I think it will take 4 to 6 people from Sweden and Finland to guide this through. We will buy, for example, sea bottom geotechnical investigations, and we will use other experts. But if we go into this pre-feasibility phase to develop a good concept, then we can screw the project to the end. It goes easy. But if there is a flaw, if there is a problem in the concept, then you hit a mess. It is the same thing as this nuclear power plant in Loviisa. So you have to have a good concept, and you have to review it, and there has to be independent review so that somebody will believe that, yeah, this is what we want to do. And then they will make a decision. This is a small effort, but then there is a big effort on the design phase, so that the investment decision can be made. And there are 2 things that I would like to point out. First one is that when you do this kind of a project, there is huge pressure to add things into the concept. And then there is a huge risk that you make a serious mistake. So keep it simple, add things later when the project is through. Yeah, that is, you have seen many big projects fail, and that is because things have been added and fantastic ideas have been brought in that were not so fantastic after all. Then the other issue is that we deal with a number of bureaucrats. And every bureaucrat has the power to stop this project for 5 years in a legal dispute. So he has your balls. And this is really serious, because I have seen many projects just unreasonable costs have been added. And actually taxpayer has been brought in to pay these outrages also. And fortunately in this case we have a cost-saving opportunity. This project has to be approved by the Swedish parliament and by the Finnish parliament. And power doesn't belong to the bureaucrat, it belongs to people and the parliaments. And they can overrule any unreasonable demand. And then we go into construction. And now we are dealing with, at least in some parts, with international construction companies. And those are ruthless bastards. And they come in cheap, and they use different strategies to reach their financial goals. And one strategy is drag your feet and play stupid. And just to get the project of balance, the schedule messed up, and then you can start squeezing balls. We can solve this problem, but it costs. Yeah. I learned this from Russia. I learned it from crooks that had been milking the Soviet system. And they were very good. They were very straight face, explaining why things went wrong and who is to blame. But really this is something that has to be managed. And one way to manage it is to keep it simple. And you know, you're awake at night to make the decision when it is needed. It is not, you are not on holiday when you are in active phase of a project. And another thing is that although also the Nordic companies have learned these tricks from the international construction companies, perhaps it is safer to use companies that we know, and they know how to handle these international construction operators. Okay. Here I have the basis of our cost estimates. If and when these are the concept is kind of in paper, and everything gets more accurate, there will be a more accurate cost estimate. But I know what these foundations cost. Antti knows, and I know what hydraulic construction costs. And Antti knows what a bridge deck costs, and he knows how to build a highway on firm ground. So, and then we have added, this is the capitalistic way, you prepare for things that you don't foresee. You have reserved something for that, and then you also add something for planning, permitting, and project management. All those numbers are not in the investment calculations of, for example, infrastructure projects in the capital Helsinki area. Then about shipping. I know that Luleå and Kokkola harbors, they would like to see Panamax size ships that can come through Danish waters all the way to their ports. And certainly we are not proposing anything that would harm Swedish or Finnish industries. But here my graphic designer is showing a bridge span of 900 meters. And I don't think we need that. 300 meters is quite enough for a Panamax ship. And I have been involved with those, and this kind of navigation which are used elsewhere. And even with LNG carriers that are something else than these ore carriers or bulk carriers. And of course, people have to navigate here, also local people, and we can build small bridges to get the currents running and the shipping done in the embankment sections. And also the bridge will be high enough at other places for small pleasure boats going through. And there is another reason, not only shipping, but of course you have to consider waves and icing and things like that, so it has to be a little bit higher than normal. And then about environmental impacts. I have developed a method to estimate environmental impact, and this is based on the change that some project has on the richness and diversity of the nature. And I use this kind of eco-scale approach. In this case, projects usually have positive and negative impact. Now I look only at negative impacts. And I calculate, or I could say I calculate total destruction, environmental destruction in years and square kilometers. That is what I'm measuring. And then I have an exponential scale here, and you can see that if we are hit by a very large asteroid, like the Earth has been hit before, millions of years ago, then that's a big issue. And then a full-scale nuclear war that creates a nuclear winter, and we can see that the issue of peace is also very important. As far as this change in the richness and diversity of nature is concerned. Then we come to climate change, and that is an exponential thing. If we have a small climate change, not very big impact. If we have 3-degree climate change, that's my estimate. And if we have 5 degrees, that's much more than this one. So exponential, we have to limit. But there is a reasonable limit. And then we also, if we go downwards, let's say a few steps, 3-4 orders of magnitude, we come to see that in Finland also continuous release of pollutants into waters, that's a big issue. And also the footprint effect, that is important. And then I would like to make a note that there are a lot of bureaucratic environmental details that are used for bureaucratic power purposes, but in this case they have very little impact. So what do we have as far as this project is concerned? And now I point out that Antti has worked on the public sector, and I have worked with real investors. And as far as construction, water construction is concerned, there is very little impact. You have some suspension, but if you get a storm there at the Kvarken area, you get much more suspension. If you look at what a river brings down on a single day, a big river here in Finland or Sweden, at the peak of the flood, that is much more, several times more suspension. So we have some local suspension effects that are also short term. That is not very important. And then we have the construction creates noise, but that noise is comparable to sea traffic. We are actually not exploding anything, but even if we have to explode, we have to consider that when a big wave, a plunging breaker, comes to a shallow and it plunges, that is 1,000 times more than what an explosion can create, that as far as energy is concerned. And when you get a lightning strike, that is also 10 times more than what you get when you explode something. And then we have the, of course, there are marginal benefits also on the environment. But then we come to the big issue, and that is the footprint effect of the project. And the project has a footprint of 1 to 2 square kilometers. And that is of the same order of magnitude as you create more land every year, because land is rising here. And now I would like to, or we can discuss if there are, I would like to invite a discussion. What other issues do people see here? I spoke with a local fisherman, and I thought that we can solve his problems. And but I would really like to hear. Some people say that they are experts in environmental impacts in water environment. I would like to hear, and then we discuss how big this impact is and to get forward. Oh, there are other impacts also. We have a social impact, big social and economic impact. And we believe that as far as carbon dioxide is concerned, this is a fairly neutral project. And we hope that the technology will solve this issue. And then we have this construction that will it will involve carbon dioxide, but that is only a 1/10 of what Helsinki Energy produces every year. And most of this is due to, or at least half of it is from steel manufacturing. Actually, steel is recycled already, but I have taken it into account. I have calculated 1 ton of carbon dioxide for ton per ton of steel. And well, yeah, I came up with 300,000 tons of carbon dioxide, and then Helsinki Energy has 10 times more, but both numbers are coming down with time. Certainly there is some disturbance. People often forget, they calculate how much Pisara-rata or something else saves in time, 3 minutes or something per passenger. That is their optimistic view, and then they get a huge value for that time. But they forget in their calculations that there is a huge mess right now in the Helsinki area. Roads are blocked and everybody is sitting in the car and thinking, when do I get to work? And now it is COVID time. Think about this happening in a normal year. Well, there certainly is a scenery effect. If we build a bridge, there will be a scenery effect. And if you look from outside, whether it is beautiful or not, that's a matter of taste. But certainly, if you use the road, that most people will do, that is a stunning experience. I went to look yesterday, I know what I'm speaking about. So what do we have? If we build this fixed connection, we can get industrial products to their customers fast, reliably, and economically. So this is the Achilles heel of our industry, and I think the Swedes would also like to see a little bit of advantage, because when we are competing in the international market, it is marginals that count. You either win or lose. And I also like to think that one day a factory, for example, in Austria blows up, and then a shop here in Wasa, for example, has the solution. And in these kind of cases, there is a call, can you help? And then the factory says, yes, we can help. And the next day, a truck leaves with 2 drivers. It is there in Austria in 2 days. And the industrialist there in Austria, he is frustrated with the German ways of doing business. That means that horrible arguments with lawyers and things like that. He is also frustrated with French arrogance and Italian unreliability. So a new business connection is created, and yeah, that's how things happen. Very often you get your foot on the between the door and you are in, because we Finnish are more reliable than those and Swedes. Actually, it is Finnish, Swedes, and Norwegians that, as far as I understand from my customers, so that count as reliable. Yeah. Well, there will be an explosion of economic activity in the Kvarken area, and it will radiate all the way to half of Finland and all the way to central Sweden and central Norway. And there will be new challenge, new learning, especially for the metal industry. And now I come to the point that I disagree with Antti. I don't like tolls. The people who use roads, they pay $8 billion euros here in Finland in taxes, and 10 billion euros in Sweden. And then they get back here in Finland 1 billion euro. So I think the taxpayer, those who use roads, they should get better value for their tax dollar. And what a better way to support our industries that are dependent on high logistics cost than to build this. To conclude, this fixed connection, Kvarken fixed connection is technically reasonable to plan and construct. If you prioritize it, you do like Chinese all out or a capitalist or even the Russians, although they have a quality issue. You can do it in 5 years. But in our system, the usual way, 10 years perhaps. The present cost estimates is 3 to 5 billion euros, depending on whether we can find a reasonable solution or we have to go around everything. And but this connection does not have serious environmental impacts, and it will create jobs, prosperity, and new opportunities for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Esa. Joachim Strand, Chairman of the Committee for the Future, 5 years. Is it realistic to you, or?
When we get the decisions, I'm sure that it will take only 5 years. But first of all, I really want to thank Esa and Antti for your excellent work. Excellent work. And as you said in the beginning, no one has ordered this work from you. The City of Vasa, the Kvarken Council, no one has paid a cent to you. And we are so extremely happy, and we have had a lot of contact during the summer with you, and I'm sure that we will continue with that. And it's also so fabulous to hear your attitude when you talk about wealth creation, not wealth distribution. Puhutaan siis tulon teosta, ei tulon jaosta. Värdeskapande istället för resursfördelande. And this is something we don't hear much about when we talk about professors and we discuss in different economical panels. You also use the word fake economics when you talked about infrastructure projects in the city of Helsinki, for instance, and that's something that we think it's refreshing to hear someone with your background, with your excellent expertise, and to take these things up. Just a few comments. I know that we are soon out of time, but if we think about the budget, 3 to 5 billion euros, that's not actually that much. If we think about this government, we have now already had 5 additional budgets. 5 lisätalousarviota, we have 5 tilläggsbudgetar. Only the 4th of these was 5.5 billion euros. So far more than this project, only one of these 5 additional budgets. So I think that we should not be afraid of the sum, not be afraid of the money, because the money exists. And as you said, this is something that creates more value, not only for Västerbotten and Österbotten, but for the whole Nordic countries and the north of Europe. And it's also extremely interesting when we heard Matthias talking earlier about the potential and the connection to the Norwegian harbors and the new global transport routes. And that's something that we have also discussed with Esa and Antti. So from the City of Vasa, from the Kvarken Council, we very much look forward to continue this work with you, and we will do this.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's all, but we are ready for questions.
And comments. I'm sure there are a lot of comments or questions. Not yet. Matthias. No, Rita.
No, Rita first, yeah, tack. Thank you, it was very interesting. Like I said, we talked earlier this week, and I promised that I will read this, and I will also set my comments to you later on. I also pointed out 2 things. The fake economics, like Mr. next to you, that's something that we share the concern, whether all the infrastructure investments in Finland are counted right. So I believe that's something we should be looking into. And also I like the idea of simple construction. Simple construction when talking about something this big, and you can still call it a simple construction. So maybe this is something what we can here regionally consider, that it's not a mountain very high. The 1 year planning, pre-planning feasibility study, I have to say that 1 year is an underestimate, because we've been working with big project and we know that there will be issues we wish to handle earlier than later. Like you said, there should not be too many add-ons. So I suggest that whoever will take this ball, if it's Matthias or Joachim, so reserve some more time, and reserve time also for land logistics. Because when we talked here about how this will increase different issues, increase economics and increase communication, so it will also increase traffic. And before you are on this wonderful bridge, so there are many, many places you have to bypass during that time. But truly interesting, inspiring, and very good relationship to start working with you. Great, thanks.
Not a question. Yeah, yes, actually a question now for once, not a comment. But we have to take the opportunity now when you're here, we have the honor to have you here in the Kvarken region. A simple question: how does these underwater currents affect these pillars? Are they worse than the ice, or is the ice the biggest challenge for the pillars?
In the Kvarken region, currents are not a challenge at all for the pillars, but waves are a challenge, but not here in Kvarken region, because here you have so limited fetches. You have to have a perfect storm for perfect direction to get significant waves, and even those are not big. So you have to consider waves when you construct. But ice and seasonal timetable, those are the challenges.
Rita.
What about energy and offshore opportunity? You didn't have anything here, but we've heard earlier that maybe this bridge could include some energy issues.
Well, I have heard about energy issues. I said that add them later. Don't mess with the schedule. And then there is the issue of wind farms, and I'm not allowed to speak a word of that issue because of my contracts with other people. But I know the bottom, and I have been doing doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask the same thing, because we have talked a lot about maybe adding some kind of new connections what comes to electricity between Finland and Sweden. We know that Fingrid will build something in the 2030s. It might go from the Rauma region towards Stockholm, but it also might go here in the Kvarken region. And in terms of financing, if we get 500 million euros extra or something to add this, but I got your signal that maybe now we should focus on this and add them on later, and also what comes to potential wind farms and maybe even gas from Norway, who knows? That's also something that has a geopolitical dimension.
What you can do is make reservations, things beforehand, how you do it with the bridge.
Yeah. How could we include the ordinary citizen both in Sweden and Finland to take part of this discussion?
I think it's very important that we involve all the people, as we have done also with the Kvarken ferry that we put in the water yesterday, and that's sometimes people ask me, is this something that will somehow will it be away from the ferry, or do they compete? I would say no. The ferry is there not because of the ferry itself, but because of connecting people, businesses, healthcare, education, and when we do this, then we will have also the road or the fixed link or the Kvarken Way or whatever we call it. So this is something that's part of the same project actually, and it's very important also to involve the local citizens in the planning, in the discussions, and not least from the environmental perspective. And also the bureaucrats you talked very lovely about.
Any more comments? Last comments? No? Yes? Sture?
Maybe not a comment, but a figure, a data, which should be in our heads. Doesn't tell everything, but it is good to follow up. The last estimates in Europe, average cost in logistics for any kind of industrial process is 13%. The average cost for logistics in Wasa is 17% of the turnover. So if you would like to have industrial processes, let it be battery factories, let it be any kind of products, we have a disadvantage of 4%. If, look now, we have now an export volume of 5 billion per year, and we are bearing an extra cost of 4%. That is 200 million euro per year. Of course, not all of the turnover is equipments, but most of the logistic cost is purely related to this. And we should have an ambition, we should, not I only, everybody here, also in Mustasaari, should have an ambition to raise this level from 5 billion to 10 billion if we want to be on the same level in the world after 10 years. And then we have a figure of extra cost for the logistics, which is 400 million per year. And this is then a concrete figure to start to understand what brings the bridge. Please take this into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Erantin, Mr. Strand, and thank you for this afternoon on behalf of the Kvarkenrådet Council. Thank you for active participation, and you that are following us through the video stream today, thank you. We have talked about electric aviation, we talked about fixed connections, we talked about Gigavasa and battery factories, we talked about the future and the need for new innovations. Let's take the next step, as Sture said. And Sture will have the last words today. Welcome, Sture. The floor is yours.
Okay, we have had since Wednesday up to today 12 sessions. Maybe we shouldn't have had them. There is COVID. Everybody afraid of virus. Maybe we shouldn't have it, as in the most places of Finland today. We decided we must have it. Why? Independent of COVID, about 750 people have been taking part in our 12 events. Oh, that's quite good in COVID times. But I started to calculate which decision we have made during these days. What does it really give the people here in the area? Because what we have decided are things which should be implemented within 1 year. And when we start to go through what we decided on Wednesday to implement in 1 year time, what we decided on Thursday to implement in 1 year time, what we have decided yesterday to perform, what we are talking about today is things which are longer than 1 year, so I don't include the bridge in this calculation. But when we include only those issues which can be performed within 1 day, we are talking about effects of 2-3 billion euro. It means we are impacting the life for not only hundreds of thousands, we are talking about the life for 1 million Finnish people. So that's the reason why I decided not to stop this event because of the COVID. You understand now, really, reaalitalous kuntoon, real economy is chic. And I am happy to see that we performed and we have with great success also gone through. And let's keep this bridge as an added value. Thank you. Now, the official part is over. There is, for those who are interested, a possibility also to take part in, later in the evening, to a music event, but that will start 7 o'clock. And on top of this, I wanted also to inform you that as of now, it looks like that this event, which has been, the program has been circulating on, even in Stockholm, in the Svenska Dagbladet, etc., toimitus, the reduction, it has been circulated in Helsinki in many places. And the question people are now putting, and which I consider as huge importance, how comes that in Vasa, breakthroughs, concrete proposals are coming to the surface much more than anywhere else? And the reason has been the following. We have started, and I'm proud to say that Vasa Innovation Center has been an active part, how to move on in Europe where stagnation is, let's say, the main feature compared to the rest of the world. We can't avoid to say that we have de facto stagnation compared to the rest of the world. And the things which has been, let's say, presented during this week, how have we done it? We have done it through connecting concrete people. We didn't ask parties to organize, the political parties, we didn't ask them to organize anything. We didn't ask, what you said, bureaucrats, please do this. Then we are taking part.
We do it ourselves.
Exactly. And we have not asked anybody to finance it. Yeah. And we have not asked even a company, a specific company to be in charge. But we have picked up good people in the companies, picked up good people in the bureaucratic system, good people in the institutions. And then we have been able to solve things which wouldn't have been solved, not, I can tell you as an example. When we launched the concept of a new football culture in Vasa, the two main players in Vasa were fighting 100 years and never agreed about anything. But they were able now to agree last Thursday, to start a new football culture. Just because we took from one organization the good guys or nice ladies, good ladies, and from the other the same. And then we could reach an agreement. So what we started is a new kind of societal development system. We don't want to destroy the political parties. We don't want to destroy the institutions. We want to help them to overcome their own internal obstacles. That is the main, and I want to say it, there might be new Vasa Innovation Center and this kind of festivals around Finland next year, hopefully.